streaming there, Andres. So we are live.
Everyone, in compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law, New Jersey, notice of this January 19th, 2021, the Bridgewater-Raritan Regional Board of Education was posted electronically on and provided on January 19th, 2021, sending a 48-hour written notice to the Courier News, Township Clerk, Raritan Borough Clerk, and by posting on the bulletin board in the Harmon B. Wade Administration Building. As this is a virtual meeting, those unable to access the meeting via the internet are able to listen in by dialing into the conference line at 1-415-655-0001 with the access 6-622-3379. Please stand.
I pledge allegiance to
the flag, the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, please.
Ms. Levitt,
Here.
Mr. Joshi. He is still not here. Miss Sandler,
Here.
Miss Lee,
Here.
Mr. Singer, here. Mrs. Hurley,
Here.
Mrs. Gladstone,
Here.
Mr. Walker,
Here.
Mrs. Barlow.
Here. We're now up to item 5 for closed session, where a discussion by the board is required on matters that are exceptions to the requirement that a public body hold its meeting in public, and whereas the topics for discussion are personnel matters, settlement agreement, the BRRSD grievance, and the HIB appeal. Whereas it is expected that the details of the discussion may be made public as soon as the issues may be acted upon publicly. Be it resolved that the board enter into closed session at this time.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We are now in closed session.
And we should be live.
Good evening, everyone. We just finished with closed session and we're up to item 6 on the agenda, the student representatives report.
And I do not have anybody, I do not have them in the lobby. I sent them a link earlier this evening.
What I'm going to suggest doing is let's go on to the superintendent's report, and if they're able to join, we can circle back. Dr. Ficara?
Yes. First item up is the governor's teacher, educator of the year and educational services professional award for 2020-21. We're going to honor the teachers, and I'm going to pass that over to Dan Fonder, our assistant superintendent in charge of personnel.
Thank you very much. I'm honored to be able to do this presentation on behalf of the whole district. We really are so appreciative of all of the teachers and staff, and special recognition for these individuals who have been selected by their schools to be the teacher of the year and the educational services professional of the year. While it's an individual honor, it's also something that it's a team sport education, and I know all of these individuals, their success is our success as a school district. And Mr. Stars, could you give me the share access and I'll be able to present the presentation?
Just gave it to you, sorry.
No problem, thank you, yeah. All right, so yes, the Board of Education and the entire district really wants to congratulate these individuals. Obviously, if the situation was different, we would have everyone all together. Hopefully, many of these individuals are watching right now, and I congratulate you personally and as a group. First, we'll go through our Teacher of the Year recipients. Vesna Kirk from Adamsville School. Erin Antonell from Bradley Gardens School. Jennifer Murphy from Crim School. Erin Cardilla from Hamilton School. Maria Sandberg from John F. Kennedy School. Diana Beffy from Milltown School. Kathy Bongione from Van Holten School. Tara Driassi from Eisenhower School. Mark Heimbach from Hillside School. Kelly Schwartfeger from Bridgewater-Raritan Middle School. Jane Mbezi from Bridgewater-Raritan High School. In addition to Teachers of the Year, we also honor our Educational Services Professionals of the Year. Marilyn Klesick from Adamsville School. Nicole Lewinsky from Bradley Gardens School. Tate Hoffman from Crim School. Stacy Griswold from Hamilton School. Marie Drake from John F. Kennedy School. Tara Magno from Milltown School. Elizabeth Savino from Van Holten School. Ashley Dombrowski from Eisenhower School. Karen DeMio from Hillside School. Nancy Kateris from Bridgewater-Raritan Middle School. Alice Currian Hadley from Bridgewater-Raritan High School. Congratulations to all of our staff members. We're so thankful for you and all the great work that you do with our students. As many people know, we also do a reception in the springtime, so we look forward to that as well. Hopefully we'll all be able to gather and hear more about your individual accomplishments. Congratulations to all.
Thank you, Dan. So I'd like to continue with the superintendent's report. I want to say once again, good evening, everyone. Recently, we've had a number of questions brought up by board members, PTO, teachers, parents, and community members in general regarding COVID-related matters. And while it seems that we've addressed some of these inquiries in the past, there are nuances and complexities involving many of our scheduling, instruction, and health decisions, and the public rightfully deserves an explanation. These decisions need to be discussed and digested. And again, the community has a right to ask the questions and they deserve an answer. Therefore, I'd like to use the rest of my superintendent's report to walk the board and the public through many of the questions coming that have been asked before, but now with an extra little nuance. And hopefully we can clarify, most importantly, the rationale which lies behind our thinking. First and foremost, it's important to reiterate the core value behind our thinking regarding our actions during the pandemic. Simply put, that core value is to know what you don't know and seek the advice of experts to assist. We are not epidemiologists at the Wade Building. We're educational administrators with doctorates ranging from curriculum and teaching to medieval studies, but we are not health professionals. To make an analogy, when we replace a roof or a boiler or building an addition to a school, we don't jump out and pretend to be architects and engineers. Instead, we bring in the appropriate professionals. We participate fully in the process, and ultimately we make the final decision. But we are guided by professional experts in fields outside of our own. During this pandemic, we follow the exact same patterns. We consult our experts. We follow the guidance and collaborate with health officials. To that extent, there's an analogy. To extend that analogy, we now have people sending emails with their interpretation of the New Jersey guidance. And of course, they're smart people. They can read and they can understand. But it is also a great example as to why we are constantly consulting with the health professionals. Because during the day-to-day operations of administering a school district, we read our own in-house school policy, law books, our in-house law books for guidance on a continual basis. But in doing words, develop differing interpretations as to the amount of latitude one may be given within certain circumstances. In serious or complex cases, we consult our attorneys over policy and over legal matters. We provide the specifics of a particular situation and request guidance. Of course, we do the same with every serious health question. We ask for health official assistance. And there are times involving, particularly a school's closing, when the county of health officials seek assistance and guidance from the state health officials above them to interpret the guidance put out by the NDOE and DOH. It's important that the public understand we are not guessing when it comes to the health of our children. We're not going to step out of our fields of expertise when making decisions regarding the health of our kids. When we read the New Jersey Road Back, the New Jersey Department of Health and CDC guidance, and there is gray or complexity, sometimes even conflicting information, we rely on the authorized professional health community for advice. So we want to make sure that the public understands that the same patterns that we apply to taking on a major construction project, to dealing with policies and attorneys, to dealing with architects and engineers, we hire professional help or we seek professional advice in areas where we know it is not our area of expertise. So I keep coming back to this point to reassure the public that this is not educational administrators they're making their best guess at decisions. We thoroughly follow the guidance. And when there's gray and when there's complexity and when there's conflicting information in the guidance, and there's plenty of it, we seek help from the county officials who in turn, when things get really complicated, seek help from the state officials. So I'd also like to take some time and go through to put this whole pandemic situation and how schools in general in our area have been affected. And so we have I have a slide presentation that we'd like to have put up, and I can take you through step by step. There we go. That's the title page. The next page. This is information that we received from our county health officials, and it is specific to the COVID cases, positive cases in Somerset County. One of the things that found interesting when we saw this data is that the spike in November was actually appears to be higher than the highest spike we had in the spring of the lockdowns. And that is what put us into moving from moderate risk to high risk. Can I have the next slide? When we got to high risk, one of the problems with high risk, one of the changes with high risk, we said this once before, is that we had to quarantine in the past prior to high risk when we were moderate. Positive cases and anyone they came into close contact with. When we moved into high risk, we not only had to quarantine positive cases, but we had to quarantine high symptomatic cases. So if you had any of the symptoms, multiple symptoms of COVID, whether you tested positive or not, you were quarantined. And then we treated everyone, and this is according to guidance and health official advice, we treated everyone that you came into close contact with as to be quarantined. So the blue numbers represent the given people on a week that were quarantined, and the yellow is, when we turn it to yellow, the yellow is positive, and the blue is the quarantine people who were both from positive close contacts to symptomatic close contacts. And if you look at those numbers, 117 in one particular week, 173 at the highest level. When I spoke a couple of weeks ago about us hanging on, 118 in our last count, people quarantined. That's not merely students, that's students and staff. And so that makes it very difficult for us to continue staffing our schools, and is in fact one of the problems that we have been dealing with on a daily basis. And I can't say enough of congratulations and thank you to teachers and staff who continue to come in. And as I said before, there are teachers who are coming in knowing that they are not only going to have to do their job tomorrow, they're going to have to do the job of someone else. So that is one of the nuances of how our staffing gets stretched, and the effects of quarantining individuals, for just having symptoms, quarantining them and the people they come into contact with. Next slide, please. So, what has it looked like since October? So, we opened October 12th, and 4 times, including the present time, we have had to close the high school. Those are 4 very disappointing times for children, disappointing times, disruptive times for parents, disruptive times for the community. And certainly, these are times when we close that we take very, very seriously. We know that our popularity will plummet as soon as we close the schools. So it's not something we do with any sense of um, unawareness. We're very concerned about it. The middle school we closed once since October 12th. On the bright side, 9 K through 6 schools have been open continuously, with the exception of the one snow day, have been open continuously since October 12th when the school opened. So again, we follow the advice of our professionals. We close schools that hit the criteria, and we allow the schools that do not to certainly open. So much of which, most of the time when we had to inform the public, which we're not certainly not doing with any sense of joy, and knowing that it's going to be a disruption, we get back I get a lot of emails, and some of them uh, point out, sort of create a flavor, I'll say, that we are somehow going over the line more than other people, other school districts, that somehow our district is more strict or more stringent and is following these rules to an excessive degree, and somehow not allowing our children to have more time than others. And some of that criticism hits home. So, we start looking around, and we went to the county superintendent's office for some information, because every time I close a school, we have to report that to the county superintendent's office. So we know there was a record. And every time there's a COVID case, or quarantine people, we report that to the county office. So the next slide is we took a look at the districts, and just to put this in perspective, not to say we're better than someone else, just so that our public understands what's going on throughout this Somerset County. So Bernardsville, they closed on December 23rd and opened on January 11th. Bound Brook closed November 10th. These are total district closings. These are not school by school closings. There have been situations where some of these districts have closed schools. We just asked for the information when school-wide total closings. Bound Brook, November 10th, they closed, and they scheduled to reopen today as the first day. Franklin, they stayed closed in September until November 30th. Opened for 2 weeks 3 weeks till December 21st, and then closed again to reopen on January 19th. Hillsborough. Hillsborough closed November 23rd and reopened. We switched slides there. Peter? Can you go back? Nope, that's forward. Back. There we go. Hillsborough closed November 23rd. Reopening plans. This is an entire district now, all of these districts, January 19th. Manville closed November 10th. Reopening January 19th. Montgomery closed November 23rd. Reopening January 19th. North Plainfield, November 23rd, closed, reopening January 19th. Somerset Hills, December 9th, reopening January 11th. South Brown Brook, November 11th, opening January 19th. And Watchung Hills, closing November 11th and opening December 12th. I point this out just to show the public that all the districts around us are struggling with the same problem. We have staffing problems. We are being closed for all sorts of reasons. We have struggled to stay open and keep the entire district open and close only the schools that hit the criteria that force us to close. Some people have said, just within our central office, why don't you look outside the districts, outside the county? Peter?
That's a correct slide, right?
Yep. So these are districts from surrounding counties outside of our counties. These particular districts, the first grouping, they have not opened yet. Any classrooms, any schools. They have opened. Perth Amboy is planning on opening April 21st for the first time this year. Piscataway, March 1st for the first time this year. Woodbridge, March 1st. Old Bridge, March 1st. South Brunswick, February 1st. East Brunswick, February 1st. Edison, February 1st. And Monroe, February 1st. So these districts have not opened yet. And the last one, we're a little bit confused about. Someone last minute today said, well, what about Hunter and Central? We hear they haven't closed yet. As far as I know, somehow, apparently they've been open 4.5 days a week. I'm not sure if they have closed. I'm not sure if there's a southern and a northern high school as well. But if what we have is true, they did an excellent job. But my purpose is to show you, the public and the board, that we are not out there alone in this. We're not this sea of in a sea of tranquility. We're the only ones not being able to get our act together in every school. In fact, most of the big districts, we are the only big district that has been able to keep its elementary schools open. The ones we looked at in Somerset and the ones that we have here. Next slide, Peter. So that I just want to put it in context when we see where we are in Bridgewater and how we are truly in relationship to some of our partners or neighbors. The other questions that we had was about district planning. In spite of the fact that we are still in a peak. We are planning and hoping that the holiday peak will reside in it seems to be a little bit plateauing over the last week. We're keeping our fingers crossed. If that continues, and again, one of the significance about the COVID cases plateauing is not so much that we're jumping out and being epidemiologists and saying we're making predictions on the spread. That we're leaving to the health officials. And we could get a rise in symptoms, we start reducing the number of staff available. And so that has to be factored into our planning going forward. So we are planning, and I'm going to turn it over to Karen to explain what some of the things we've been looking at. Karen?
Yes, sure. And Dan Fonder, feel free to pop in if I miss something. So at our last meeting, we talked about where we had kind of left off with district planning, and we left off with committees were created at each of the grade levels, and we were looking at ways to increase instructional time. When I say that we were looking for ways to increase instructional time, I'm really looking at not only the potential to increase in-person time, but any way that we can increase instructional time. So that would include virtual time in the afternoons, for example. So we left off with the surveys were going to be administered to staff, which they were on Jan. I just want to separate this into two different categories for you for the purpose of our discussion so people understand. The focus of these scheduling committees was really to look at how we can increase the instructional time. And it was really focused on the virtual time in the afternoon, and also look at the schedules that we were using in the morning already, the ones that we've been living with since October 12th. So see if the schedules we're currently using, how effective they are, and then ways to use that afternoon time to increase instruction, which is separate from conversations that, have been had about possibly combining cohorts or eliminating that virtual Wednesday in order to increase in-person time. And Dr. Ficarra will talk about that a little bit later in this presentation, but the virtual Wednesday and the combining of cohorts are really decisions that you're going to make based on health and safety. Whereas decisions about how is our schedule look right now and how is it working and what could we use this afternoon time for to increase instructional time are things that we can talk about just as far as best practice and separate from health and safety. So basically the recommendations that came out of the committees, there are a couple different ways to look at this. And one would be, you can use the time in the afternoon for very structured virtual instruction in the afternoon. So in the middle school or high school, for example, you could rotate through additional courses. You could have an additional 20 minutes of courses that you ran in the morning or on alternate days. In the elementary school, you might want to use the time for some small group instruction that's targeted for specific students or specific skills. There's also, if we didn't make it structured required time, we could do some kind of flexible virtual support or check-ins in the afternoon. And so this way students, if people are concerned about screen time and the amount of time that students are spending, looking at a screen, it wouldn't be something that would be required in the afternoon, but it could be something where we could provide targeted support. So it would be optional, but still targeted support. We could do an optional asynchronous. And when we're talking about asynchronous, it's really that, again, we would post videos or some kind of enrichment activities or provide other opportunities for students that they could just do on their own, when they want to, if they want to, at whatever time they want to. And then we even talked about not using the time in the afternoon for instructional purposes, but using it more as like a supervised virtual social opportunities. So just to get kids to connect more with teachers when we think about kind of that social emotional piece and providing those connections that are, sometimes feel missing when we're operating instruction in these models. So what came out of these conversations was really the need to go back and survey parents now. And so we actually have generated already, we created surveys that we'd like to send out so that we can see some feedback as far as, what parents are seeing with kids at home, how they're doing throughout their day, whether or not they think students at any level would be able to handle, whether it would be beneficial for them to have this additional instructional time in the afternoon, how that would look. We also are going to ask about virtual Wednesdays as far as, what are parents seeing at home in grades K to 8 on these days when all students have instruction, from home. So that would really be our next step, that the parent surveys were developed based on these recommendations and conversations that we had with teachers. Once we collect that data, we will go back and share that information again with the teachers, so we can make our kind of final recommendations about the direction that we're going in. I think that's it.
And I think just to kind of summarize the conversation that's been ongoing is in the summertime, there was a look at what the parameters are and how we could make the school experience as good an experience for the students as possible, knowing that kind of the end is what we've been doing. And so we've been continually revisiting that to look at how can we push the boundaries of what we're doing now to make it better for students, looking forward to the day when it can be back to normal, the good old days that we didn't know were the good old days a year ago, and really looking to take those steps that are prudent steps and that are safe steps for the school district, and finding ways to do more than we were able to do before because of what we know now and what we've had experience with.
Thank you, Dan. Next slide, Peter. Are you done with that slide, Karen?
I am.
All right, next slide. So we're looking at some upcoming possibilities for February. We were originally looking at a February, thinking about something changing with the marking period, but we have a lot. We're just beginning to get our sea leg. Hopefully, we are beginning to plateau a little bit. We're not sure. But here are the possibilities. And one of the things I must stress over and over again is that all the possibilities must include 6-foot social distancing. That is the driver. I firmly believe the reason our elementary schools have remained open, in spite of the fact that most of our neighbors closing down, is we stuck to the strict 6-foot social distancing. And that has prevented us from having spreads and quarantining too many people. So some of the possibilities within the context of a classroom being set up, which they are set up right now, with blue tape around where the desk goes, and each desk was measured to be 6 foot from the edge of one desk to the other. We are looking at the possibility of the kindergartens being able to be collapsed into an A day, a straight full week. We are looking at that data now. We do have access to the data. We're seeing how consistent the data stays. We've had many people taking time to go remote and then coming back in again. So they signed up originally remote, and then they left and they came back. So we had a difficult time gauging who was actually going to stay. And I believe some of that was around the holidays. People wanted to be good citizens. Other people quarantining both before or after meeting family. Another thing we're looking at is the virtual Wednesdays at the K-8 level. If we opened up school on Wednesdays, it would look like an AAABB schedule, and the following week would be AABBB. The schools are working on that and looking into that right now. We have the pandemic teams and the principals examining what are the problems with doing that, what are the issues, how can we solve them. The high school has been on an ABC schedule because of the size of the population, the size of the desks fitting in those rooms, and using the 6-foot distancing. We had to set up for ABC. We're looking at collapsing that to possibly AB. Again, we're working through that data. We have live data. We're also looking at the possibility if we could get in-person full day for primary schools. If we can do it, if we can figure it out, we will do it. 5 days a week at 6-foot social distancing with lunch is also one of the problems that we would examine and see if we could implement. So these are the things we are looking for. And in terms of the surveys, we've surveyed teachers. We're using this teacher survey, and then we're using the information that we're gathering internally about possibilities. And then we want to, and we're aiming by the end of this week, to survey parents for their preferences. I saw no point in surveying parents about options we couldn't offer. How would you feel about thus and such if we can't offer it? So we want to do very similar to the way we opened in September, was to seek what we could do, figure out, again, being driven by the social distancing 6 feet, finding out the population that will actually attend, and then putting those options forward to the pandemic teams, the principals, the supervisors, to see how they would work out, what the problems were, and how we would solve them. And that's when we will merge that with the teacher survey and put together a survey to ask parents some, we're looking for survey results that are actually actionable, not just survey results about how do you feel. Next slide, Peter. And Dan, so for the public, we've gone over a very deep analysis of, many of you have rightly looked into at your child's computer and counted the children in the room and said, well, why don't we just mix them together and have fewer cohorts? And we were thinking the same thing. So we've accumulated that data, and the cabinet has taken a close look, and Dan, I think, is most familiar with these numbers, so I'm going to ask you to present how this analysis went.
Sure, thank you very much. So this is just at the pre-K through 4 level, and this is looking at the grade level classes. And as Dr. Figueroa was saying, that there are probably many families around the district that would say, in my child's class or my child's school, it appears that you could have all the in-person students there at each day. And that is the case in a lot of cases. However, there's also cases where that wouldn't work. So looking at 4 of the 7 primary schools, at 2 of the schools that are listed here, at Crim School and Van Holten School, it only would work to consolidate the cohorts in 6 of 21 classes at Crim and 7 of 18 at Van Holten. But at other schools, at Hamilton School, 24 of 27 could be consolidated where all the students could attend in person. And at Milltown, 17 of 17, all of them could. So what that kind of tells us is that this varies by school across the district. And of course, it varies by the number of student and the percent of the student body that is all virtual. It also varies by grade. And so then looking across the district at the different grade levels, in kindergarten, generally we have lower class sizes. And actually in every kindergarten class, 26 of 26 across the district, we would be able to have all of the students in, given our current numbers, the numbers that are there now, we'd be able to have all of the students that are in person in each day. In second grade, in 23 of 31 cases across the district, it would work. And then in 4th grade, only in 14 of 31 would we be able to have all the students in person, all the in-person students in each of the days. So there, in that way, it varies by school. It also varies by grade level. And that's why on the previous slide, kindergarten was mentioned specifically as an area that we could explore starting with, because that's a place where the sections across the district, we'd be able to have the kindergarten students attending in person each day, assuming that the numbers are similar to what we have now.
Next slide, please.
At the intermediate schools, we have Hillside and Eisenhower School. Similarly, it varies by school. At Hillside School, 7 of 26 classes can be consolidated, where they would be able to attend in person, both cohorts together. At Eisenhower, it's 25 of 31. So difference by school. Here, the grade levels, 5th grade and 6th grade, there's not a significant difference between 5th and 6th grade. So basically at Hillside, that kind of holds with it's similar that at both grade levels, there's only a few sections where you could do it and have everyone come in at the same time. And at Eisenhower, in most cases, in 5th and 6th grade, you would be able to consolidate the cohorts. The middle school, so here we're talking about course sections. So 52 of 129 course sections could be consolidated. So less than half of them would there be enough space in the room to bring in all of the in-person students together. So there are plenty of examples where it does work, but there's also more examples where it doesn't. Also, it's consistent by grade level in that there's not a significant difference between 7th and 8th grade course sections. And then at the high school is the largest and the most complex school. So this is one way of looking at it that kind of relates to the idea of looking at not bringing us from 3 cohorts to 1 cohort, which statistically we wouldn't be able to do, but looking at taking us one step closer, 3 cohorts to 2 cohorts. So currently our cohort numbers for cohorts A, B, and C at the high school are 195, 265, and 270. They didn't start off being very dissimilar from each other, but we have a lot of students who have opted for all virtual, and so that's why the numbers are different there. The potential consolidation numbers would be taking the students in cohort C, moving them to cohorts A or B, with a goal of trying to make those cohorts as similar in number as possible, and also to strategically place the students so that in our course sections, all of the in-person students would be able to attend half of the days. Right now, they're attending a third of the days. So in that potential consolidation, cohort C would be reduced to 0, and then cohorts A and B would be increased to try and make them as equal as possible. Just a note at the bottom, we have 1,990 students, almost 2,000 students at Bridgewater-Raritan High School are cohort D, all virtual.
Okay, thank you, Dan. So what we found in the data, and we are still exploring, is that it is spotty. There are places where we can consolidate students, and there are places where we cannot. Now, the follow-up to that is, well, would you just leave it there? And the answer is no, we would not. So we are looking as we create this data. Is there a way? Is there a way to combine some classes? Is there a way to shift people? But keep in mind, all of this would be taking place within the context of a serious strain on our staffing due to the rising, once we hit that high level of risk, and we're quarantining people left and right. So it's a very complex situation. I fully understand how some people are seeing on their computer that it looks like you combine the class, but the question that we have is, how do we open up one school and not 4 others? What's that going to look like? And shifting students, could that even work in terms of busing? Would we be able to manage that within the constraints of our busing situation? Could you manage that in terms of shifting teachers? Could you manage all of those complexities along with a staff that may end up being quarantined on a regular basis? So these are very tough times, and we are scrambling, our goal is to increase in-person instruction. We think there are some ways that we can do that very quickly, and we think there are some ways that we can do that with a little adjustments. I don't think we're going to get there to the degree that would satisfy everyone, where we would have 100% attendance each day, or no cohorts at all. So we just want to make sure the public understands we are analyzing it, we're moving forward on it, and we're looking at putting out some surveys and making some decisions for an early February move, provided we do not get any more health crises that enable us, that prohibit us from opening a particular school or schools. Another question that we got, I just want to move on to another area. Another question we got evolves around plexiglass barriers. Now, I know that's a hot item out there. I get plexiglass barrier salespeople sending me emails a couple of times a day. So we looked into this in a serious way. We were not going to let cost get in the way of it. So if it were a matter of cost, I know some PTO people were kind enough to suggest that they could have a fundraiser and buy the barriers for us. Well, we would make sure that we found the money if we could bring more students into in-person and reduce them. But unfortunately, the 6-foot distancing, when we look in the guidance and we talk to our health officials, again, as we usually do, if you look at the remarks towards masks and or barriers, do not preclude a person required to quarantine if identified as a close contact. One within 6 feet for 15 minutes in 24 hours, within a 24-hour period, that means even if it's a couple of minutes at a time, that adds up to 24 minutes, has to be quarantined. So essentially, if putting a plexiglass barrier on a desk and having a child wear a mask does not constitute social distancing, what would be the point of doing it? Why our schools are open, I believe, at the elementary level is because we're following the guidance for 6-foot social distancing. And yes, you could have barriers, plexiglass barriers, but in essence, what you're saying is you're just giving up social distancing. And that's something that we've been advised not to do. And I think it's been working for us in the elementary schools in particular. Next slide. How does 6-foot distancing help us? So obviously it helps us by not spreading, but it helps us in terms of remaining open, because once we start the quarantining, again, keep in mind, quarantining people who are around people with symptoms. If you're not within 6 feet, if you are within 6 feet, the plexiglass barrier and the mask do not count. You are still quarantined. So it impacts our ability to, it would severely impact our ability to remain open. Plus, we feel it would not provide safe conditions for our students. Next one. Recently, I was asked, where are we with the vaccinations? So we were initially contacted and asked if we would be a vaccination center. And we signed that paperwork as quickly as we could get it and said we would be a vaccination center. The intent, according to the state at the time, was only to vaccinate our teachers. But we thought that was a wonderful step forward in getting more in-person instruction. So we signed up. Our nurses were contacted, and our nurses were vaccinated. And then we just got a message last week that currently all school district applications are on hold, and the state will contact us when appropriate. So we really do not know where we stand. We thought we were on a right track. It's not only our school district, but all the school districts that signed up. Those were all told they're on hold. We're to stand down and wait for them. We really thought that our nurses being vaccinated meant we were on the fast track, but suddenly things have ground to a halt. We cannot get any answers. Next slide. So on parent community input, we've continued to have the Council of PTOs, Council of Schools. That's as PTO president of each school. that comes to meet with us, and hopefully they survey their school community for questions that they want answered. And we meet once a month. We have been meeting once a month, and we'll continue to meet once a month. We activated the pandemic teams after we've given the principals the charge of the K-8 principals in particular, the charge of working with the teams and finding out, is there an impediment to us opening for a full day on for in-person on Wednesdays? And if there are impediments, we want to know what they are, and we want to see if we have if we can problem solve to solve them, and we want to approach it with a can-do manner. The surveys, teacher surveys went out. We're working to put together information from the teacher survey, information from the pandemic committee teams that are meeting with the principals, the supervisory teams and teachers that have been meeting with Karen on extending virtual instruction. And we're going to put all that data together and have our goal is to get a survey out by the end of this week. And also the Restart Committee will be reconvened again for the first time since July, because we are actually thinking about starting our school district in a different way. We weren't doing that before. We were working with our pandemic teams to open in our initial stages of school used to be 5 days a week. Well, then it became closed. How do we reopen? Once we set that model, keep in mind that model was set in October 12th. Shortly after October 12th, about 3 weeks later, we had a huge spike, followed by another that was around Halloween, and then followed by another Thanksgiving spike. And quite frankly, our staffing models were in chaos. And staffing is probably the reasons most of the school districts around us have closed. And again, I have to thank our teachers and principals and staff for manning the schools and staying in and staying with us. Next slide, please. So I didn't want to miss the opportunity to say thank you to the staff, the teachers, the staff, and the principals. The Bridgewater-Raritan School District has remained open despite the rising spike in incidents and staff issues. And thanks to the hard work and the dedication of our teachers and our staff and our principals, we've managed to maintain our elementary schools being open from October 12th. Our middle school only closed once, and our high schools were closed due to numbers that reached the pandemic, but our staff at all levels helped us, hung in there, came in, did their jobs and the jobs of other people who were quarantined or sick. And I think it's one of the reasons that we've stayed open more than most schools around us. So thank you, staff. Well done. And with that, I'll take any questions from the board.
AJ?
Yeah,
Sorry, I
just a
can't
couple
see everyone, so it's going to be a little harder.
Yeah, a couple of things. This was excellent. I think this paves our way forward. But you mentioned at the last meeting, I think, Karen, you mentioned this, that even though when we put out the surveys and people say that, they're going to do a hybrid, sometimes there are cases where, you have less students in the classroom, right? So you can't really plan for something because on any given day, you may have kids who decide to stay home. Parents may decide to keep their kids home. So you cannot plan ahead. So moving forward in our survey, are we thinking about anything to put in there that says, if you choose hybrid, you will have to abide by the hybrid rule and you cannot opt out unless you're sick, kind of a thing?
Well, AJ, if I can interject, that at some point in time when we try to, if we can collapse these cohorts or extend days in any way, particularly where we're collapsing cohorts at the high school, people have to make a decision. And I would imagine we haven't put this to paper yet, but once you choose remote, um, if coming back to your particular grade or classroom causes us to exceed the number of children that would be in that classroom, according to the social distancing rules, we couldn't allow you to come back. We might help look for another class at another grade level or another school at the elementary school levels. And certainly we want to keep children back. But if we make a decision that we can combine cohorts in certain situations like the high school, and then people coming back prevent that from happening, we would have to say, we'd have to close the gate at some point in time. But we would always be as reasonable as possible to get kids back in school.
Okay.
Anyone else have questions? And with the new technology, just so people know, I cannot see everyone, so you may just need to chime in if you do have a question. Okay, so hearing none, I think we are good. And thank you very much, Dr. Ficara, Ms. Jones, and Dr. Fonder. I think this was an excellent presentation and really very informative. So thank you very much. I have heard that the student reps are online now, so I can turn it over to them. I'm hoping we do have the student reps here.
We do.
They are.
Okay. So feel free to start as soon as you're ready.
Okay, so we're going to start with academics. So Ms. Stutzman, a teacher from the art department, encouraged her students to participate in Peace Island Institute's 10th annual art and essay contest. And this year's theme was solidarity in the middle of a pandemic. And students could take a variety of approaches to the subjects. 2 of our students were honored by this contest on December 24th, 2020. Sophomore Angela Zhu won 3rd place, and junior Jessica Guan won an honorary mention. Midterms are going to begin on January 27th at the high school and will follow a well-developed plan. Exams will be administered in a virtual setting, and all students will test at home. Students will be assessed, provided feedback, and given the opportunity to improve their work for additional partial credit. And the decision to offer students the opportunity to improve their work was discussed in our meeting with the administration. Seniors are completing the Seal of Biliteracy this week with the final date of testing on January 22nd. The test is offered in Spanish, French, Chinese, German, Italian, Korean, or Arabic, Portuguese, Russian, Hindi, and Latin. The last day to register for the test was January 18th, and students will complete the test outside of school hours through an online proctoring system in order to earn the distinction on their transcripts.
So for the arts section, we have the BRHS International Thespian Honor Society Troop 5154 was featured at the November 2020 NJSBA Arts in Education Workshop. They provided a virtual musical performance from their spring production, Together Apart. BRHS was one of 17 New Jersey schools selected to perform. The Thespian Honor Society just attended the NJ Thespian Festival this past weekend. It was completely virtual this year, but offered numerous workshops and performance opportunities for their members. The BRHS Theater Arts Department is wrapping up their virtual fall-winter production, Shakespeare Unmasked, and are looking at a release date this February. Since December 2020, the Winter Guard season has consisted of performance and show design processes, logistical planning regarding rehearsal facilities and schedule, 4 virtual staff meetings, and an interest meeting with all students. All staff members have contributed within a Google document to prepare for any and all circumstances the season may allow. The team's first in-person practice was scheduled for January 19th, which is now postponed to February 1st. Until then, they will continue in a virtual format with video discussions, establishment of team goals, physical conditioning, and guided group discussion. The Winter Guard members and staff look forward to the opportunity for in-person practice. The Winter Percussion Ensemble started in December 2020 with 2 planning and design meetings for the staff. They then began January with an interest meeting and 2 virtual practices so far. In the first stages of the season, students have been invited to try out any position or instrument through learning the fundamental warm-ups exercises that will prepare everyone for success in learning the show material later on. Design and composition of the program has been ongoing, and they expect to begin our in-person practicing on January 1st. The group is so excited to have time and space at the BRHS gym this year, which would allow them the opportunity to grow and create more positive experiences with the program and each other. The BRHS Jazz program kicked off in December 2020 with an interest meeting for all instrumental students at BRHS. The group is prepared to continue indefinite virtual operations due to the restrictions regarding wind instruments playing indoors. With that said, all 3 jazz instructors have prepared different types of material to be taught virtually, including listening activities, small group performance activities, and various approachable topics around the jazz medium that can be carried out virtually. They are excited to continue making music and exploring all the ways they can engage with jazz in the upcoming weeks. And for our athletics, we have BRHS began practicing for basketball and bowling last week, and varsity ice hockey started on Friday, January 15th. The varsity team had their first game against Hillsborough, which they unfortunately lost.
So we're going to move on to student life. So despite the current hybrid environment, the 3 editors, Anuvi Gupta, Douglas D'Souza, and Mahika Srivastava, along with the dedicated staff, are doing a great job of gathering photos and stories to help document this most unusual school year. They would also like to ask the BRHS family to help with this by having their students submit photos through their yearbook Google Classrooms. BRTV and the filming and video editing classes have been hosting a series of Google Meet guest speakers for students interested in learning more about a career in a media-related field, in which all of the guest speakers are BR graduates. So far, they've had 4 guest speakers: Trevor Hayes from the class of 2014, who is currently a live content correspondent for the National Football League and an audio production assistant for the Philadelphia Eagles; Sam Fisher, also from the class of 2014, who is currently a coordinator at Paradigm Talent Agency in California. He represents writers, directors, and producers. David Sugarman from the BRHS class of 2014 too. He was formerly a weekend sports anchor / reporter at WGEM, an NBC affiliate in Illinois, and currently a play-by-play broadcaster for BEK Sports in North Dakota. And finally, Jared Simon from the class of 2011, and he's currently an assistant / associate editor on Hollywood feature films. BRTV is also beginning to feature Artists of the Week once again, so Mrs. Hawkinson asked her AP Studio art class to send in 7 of their best pieces to Mr. Black to be featured on the platform for parents and students to enjoy. French Honor Society has remained active despite the challenges of remaining virtual. 49 new members were inducted during the Honor Society induction in October, and SHF members have been tutoring fellow French students starting from October. The society hosted French Week Chalk Talk in November, where members wrote messages promoting French culture on their sidewalks. And finally, SHF hosted its annual t-shirt sale in November online to encourage club unity. French Club was also really active throughout the last few months. There were a series of activities in November, so students participated in the National French Culture Trivia Contest, and Junior Melody Lou advanced to the next round. The club hosted an at-home cooking activity to make brioche au chocolat. In December, the club held a holiday celebration where members created a virtual card Google slide presentation for a children's hospital in Montreal, played trivia games, and sponsored a Bûche de Noël or Yule log decorating contest, which sophomore Olivia Silva won. Finally, on Thursday, January 14th, the club discussed Epiphany in France, a festival celebrating three kings. It hosted a scavenger hunt and promoted a cake-making activity, and all of this took place virtually. BRHS Forensics has also seen a great success at both the local and national level since the beginning of December 5th. 5 competitors since the beginning of December. So 5 competitors placed at a national tournament where hundreds of students from around the country competed. Students also performed excellently at the Hunterdon Central Winter Invitational Tournament, where BRHS came second overall and 19 different competitors made it to the top 6 in their categories. The team has seen excellent results, including a second place overall team at Hunterdon Central, second place overall team at Randolph Fall Classic, third place overall team at Summit Hilltopper Classic, 6th place overall team at New York CFL number 2, 21 top 3 rankings, 7 first place rankings, and 85 top 6 or finalist placements. Learn to Be is a new club that started in September of this school year and currently has over 50 members. And Learn to Be is a nationwide organization that promotes educational equity through free online tutoring to students in need all over the country. The majority of club members are currently volunteering to tutor 1 to 2 students online in a variety of subjects, helping K-12 students navigate the educational difficulties of school, especially with the distance learning. And just before winter break, the club organized a holiday card contest in which it sent virtual holiday cards to BR students as well. And the high school hosted a scheduling workshop for the parents and guardians of current 8th grade students, and the program was live streamed at 7 p.m. on Wednesday, January 13th.
So senior quotes have been submitted on Friday, January 15th. Students have begun voting on senior superlatives, which are due February 5th. The BRHS Student Council has been working with their faculty advisors to develop the first BRHS Student Council Constitution. They have submitted it to Dr. Zell, and he has made recommendations which will then be reviewed by the Student Council officers. Calligraphy for a Cause is a club that aims to teach and expand on the skill and art of calligraphy and to provide a fun, interactive space for members to practice, guide each other, and hone their craft. Calligraphy for a Cause is only a year old, but they've already participated in various socially distanced service projects relating to art and calligraphy. The majority of seniors have had their pictures taken, and there is still a small number who are finishing up. The new dates for senior portraits will be February 12th, 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th, and the 22nd. And underclassmen makeup pictures are scheduled to begin on February 23rd.
I just want to make sure that that was the end.
Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for sharing your detailed reports. It sounds like there's a lot going on, and it's fantastic to hear. Does anyone have any questions for our student reps?
I do. I just not a question, but I just think it's so cool to hear that all those activities are still going on virtually, and especially a brand new club that Learn to Be for the online tutoring across the country. I'm really impressed that 50 students stepped up to do that, and it's just remarkable how they're, dealing with this horrible situation of being home and remote, and it's just really great to hear. So I just wanted to comment.
Absolutely. I think that was well said, and it is a great positive, constructive activity. Next, we are up to the president's report. And so I just wanted to state that, as mentioned previously, we continue to receive many communications from the community. It is important to follow the chain of command when asking questions and sharing concerns. Please start with your classroom teacher, particularly for issues related to your child, then the school principal. They know your child best and are in the best position to assist. In addition, as you move up the chain, the numbers of people coming into the funnel is much greater and more difficult to respond. The classroom teacher may have 25 students and parents, while the principals and assistant principals have hundreds. But Dr. Ficarra has many thousands. We need Dr. Ficarra and his cabinet to focus on the task of getting our students safely back in the classroom to the maximum extent feasible. We all agree in-person learning is the best where safe. And I just want to read from our district website. And again, I don't want to shut down people from reaching out, but the best mechanism is following the chain of command. And so from our website, it states, the Board of Education members abide by the New Jersey Code of Ethics for school board members. The Board of Education does not administer the school district. They ensure it is run well. While board members encourage communication with parents and local stakeholders, there is a chain of communication that should be followed. Community members should always direct questions to the most specific and appropriate level. This means beginning with a specific teacher or building administrator, then approaching a district administrator, and then moving to central office before approaching a board member with a specific question or issue. So again, just if the community could please try to follow those guidelines, it will be of great assistance both for you getting the answers you need, as well as the administration being able to attend to, the certainly major task of trying to get students back into the classroom. And last, as COVID continues to surge, please maintain your vigilance in following CDC and our governor's guidelines to help us keep schools open for in-person learning. Please stay safe and healthy. And we are now up to the Vice President's report with Mr. Walker.
Yeah, I was going over our board planning calendar for January, and we've accomplished everything. We had the board reorganization and ethics acknowledgement. Board members should review their training requirements. Those in their first, second, and third year, you have Gov 1, 2, and 3. Those newly elected have to go through Governance 4. In-house orientation for board members. Annual board action with the public hearing of the Violence and Vandalism Report, Policy 8461. And we also had part of the COVID review, the superintendent contract for renewal. We recognized all the governor's educators of the year and the educational service professionals this evening. Nice job, Dr. Fonder. Thank you for doing that. And we also want to have on the agenda this evening a biannual approval of the SOA, Statement of Agreement for the use of paraprofessionals. Next month as a highlight, we have the board review of the pending legal matters, the first of 3 annually done, face-to-face between 2 meetings. And we have the update and non-tenured administrators. That's a closed session and Rice notice is required.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. We are now up to committee reports. First up is Ms. Gladstone with the Academic Committee.
Our meeting will be tomorrow. Our first meeting of the school year will be tomorrow evening at 6:30.
Thank you. And next we have community relations. And in terms of that, I need to still set up our first meeting, and that is TBD at this point in time. Next, we have finance, facilities, and transportation. Mr. Singer.
The FFT meeting met at 4:30 p.m. on Tuesday, January 12th. In attendance was myself, Mr. Walker, Ms. Lee, Ms. Sandler, Mr. Stars, and Dr. Ficarra. We reviewed the preliminary business agenda for today's meeting, including the gifts to the schools, IDEA amendment, bus evacuation drills, and the CAFR or audit. The committee recommends supporting the action items. Dr. Ficarra and Mr. Stars then reviewed and answered questions on the 2021 to 2022 preliminary budget, focusing on revenue assumptions, enrollment, and expenditures by function. The preliminary budget is being prepared with the assumption that the district will be in person starting in September again, 5 days a week. The preliminary budget will be presented to the board for discussion on February 9th. There is no recommendation from the committee at this time as the future budget is still being formulated. The committee briefly discussed the status of the access controls and the camera projects. The camera installation is nearly complete at the middle school, and work at the high school will begin shortly. Wiring for access controls has been completed for most schools. Partial payments for those projects should be on the agenda for the next meeting. The RFP for the architect's review of ventilation systems throughout the district is due Friday. The committee discussed the meeting schedule for the year, potential revisions to the financial reports presented to the board, and an FFT committee goal for the year and costs stemming from COVID. The committee goal for the year will be to better assist the full board to obtain a better understanding of financial reports and budgeting issues. Our next meeting is February 1st at 5 p.m. and we adjourned the last meeting at 6:24 p.m. Anybody have any questions?
I do. I'm wondering, and I know this isn't an action item for tonight, but I'm wondering how busing billing is being handled when schools are closed. Are we paying for that? Are we, even though it's not being provided, like whether it's the whole district is closed or whether it's individual schools? And do we know this?
I'm going to leave that to Peter.
Last year, we went out, the end of last year, we went out to bid for the routes for this year on a per diem basis. So we are paying for services received only at this point in time.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Singer. Next, we're up with personnel with Mrs. Hurley.
Okay, we met on January 12th at 6:30. Present were myself, Mr. Joshi, Mrs. Levitt, Mrs. Barlow, Dr. Fonder, and Dr. Ficara. Our first item was we reviewed the personnel addendum. We kind of discussed the purpose for new members to the committee, why it's reviewed. During that time, we kind of jumped ahead in our agenda and discussed winter athletics. We reviewed the NJSIAA guidelines briefly, because as you probably see tonight that we're approving all the athletic stipends that we can for this winter season, and we are using the NJSIAA guidelines to advise us on how to handle the middle school athletics as well. If you'd like to read the guidelines, you can see them as an attachment to our agenda from that meeting. Any questions on that? We then discussed the confidential staff matter that is in our on our agenda this evening. So you can't ask me any questions because it's confidential, but it's personnel 2121. We discussed the status of the principal position openings. Hamilton, we've been receiving applications and they're being reviewed. We will soon be accepting applications for Hillside and the middle school. We discussed, any questions on that? No? Okay, we discussed the status of the Class 3 officers. We have another one that will be joining us soon. I don't know if it's changed since then. Dr. Fonder, he hasn't come on, correct?
Actually, there's a little bit of our third Class 3 officer has been hired by the police department and sworn in. They're going to be doing the training, the required training with the officer during the second half of January, and hopefully the third officer will be in our schools at the beginning of February.
Great, thank you. Any questions on that? Okay. Handle with Care is a program where the police will notify the school when a child has an adverse childhood experience. They do not say what happened, but they make the school aware that something has happened so that the staff can be sensitive. If the child hasn't been able to complete their homework, if they need to see a counselor, the school will be aware that they need to handle with care. Any questions on Handle with Care? Okay, then we discussed our calendar, and our next meeting is set for February 16th at 6:30 p.m. We'll be meeting mostly Mondays, but that meeting's a Tuesday because of President's Day. And we adjourned at 7:42. And I'm sorry, I can barely read because I wrote most of it in pencil. So I'll learn for next time.
Thank you
I
very
have a
much.
question I didn't get to ask.
What's that, Barry?
I had a question. So since we're only on a 4-hour day, what is the billing for the Class 3 officers? Are we paying hourly or daily rate for those, Dr. Bob?
We pay hourly, and so they work slightly fewer hours. So what we do is we have them working four 6-hour days that cover the schools for the day. So normally they would go between schools and they'd be working a little bit longer. On these days, they just go to one school per day, and there's a rotating schedule, and the third officer will be on that schedule starting in February.
Any other questions? Okay, we're now up to the liaison and delegate reports. Does anyone have any? Okay.
So we had a CSA meeting on the very interesting. It was a good forum to discuss a lot of the issues that Dr. Caro has talked about through the scenario. The group had a lot of questions on the hybrid model and what we were doing and how we were doing it. And Dr. Caro went over that, with as we got more details, he added on for that meeting, which was great. They had some questions. I gave them a brief update on what the board's doing. The board, with the budget time frame, now the new members that have come on, welcoming them aboard. They did have some questions about their programs and using the facilities in the summer. And currently, Mr. Stars can correct me, but the facilities aren't open for rental. So if that changes between now and then, we might be doing that. But in the meantime, I think they're going to be planning on a virtual summer of CSA program like last year.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Anyone else? Okay, we're now up to the first opportunity for public comment, and it has changed with our moving over to the WebEx platform. And before I read the intro, again, I want to reiterate what I had mentioned last time, that the public comment section is not an opportunity for back and forth discussion with the community. It's really just for us to hear the concerns and consider them, but it's not for discussion at this time. And so I just wanted to remind people that that is the transaction that takes place, that it's not intended for a back and forth discussion. Okay, individuals and or groups are invited to present their concerns, comments, and requests to the Board of Education at this time for only matters to be acted upon. In accordance with board policy, members of the public are allotted this opportunity to address the board for a maximum of 3 minutes during this period of the meeting. In the event it appears the public comment portion of the meeting may exceed 30 minutes, the presiding officer may limit each statement made by a participant to 2 minutes duration or less, depending on the number of participants. As this meeting is being conducted remotely as a virtual meeting, public comments can be made via the following options. 1, joining the meeting at the brrsd.webex.com/meet/BOE live URL. Calling in at 415-655-0001, access code 126-622-3379, or email or letter received by the board secretary prior to 6 p.m. indicating the person's desire for the email to be read as public comment. Either of these methods will place you in the lobby of the meeting until it is your turn to speak and you are admitted to the meeting. While in the lobby, please be aware you are not able to hear the meeting unless you are also viewing on the YouTube live stream. Mr. Stars, do we have anyone?
We've received no emails or letters, and I would just suggest we wait a little while longer, but right now we currently have nobody in the lobby, but since it's new, I would probably give them a little opportunity.
Okay, thank you.
Just a suggestion, the town council takes a 2-minute recess while waiting for that.
Okay, and that seems a reasonable suggestion, so we will give it 2 minutes and then reconvene. Mr. Stars, I believe it's been about 2 minutes.
Yes, we have nobody in the lobby.
Okay, thank you. So we'll close that, the first session of public comments, and we're now up to item 12, approval of minutes. Is there a motion?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? Okay, so roll call, please, on the December 15th regular and closed session and the January 5th board reorganization and closed session.
Ms. Levitt,
Abstain on December 15th, regular and closed session. Yes on January 5th. Both regular and closed. Or
Mr.
reorg.
Joshi, Mr.
Yes.
Joshi,
Yes.
Ms. Sandler,
Abstain on December 15th, regular and closed, and yes for January 5th, reorg and closed.
Ms. Lee,
Yes.
I'm sorry, can I step back for a second? Ms. Sandler, do you need to abstain from the January 5th closed session?
I was actually, I realized I misspoke because I wasn't part of that closed session. So yes, abstain from January 5th closed.
Thank you.
Ms. Lee,
Yes.
Mr. Singer,
Yes.
Mrs. Hurley,
Yes.
Mrs. Gladstone,
Abstain on closed session December 15th, and yes on the rest.
Mr. Walker,
Yes.
Mrs. Barlow,
Yes, motion carries. Next, we're up to Personnel 2121 through Personnel 2123. Is there a motion?
So moved.
A second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Ms. Levitt,
Yes.
Mr. Joshi,
Yes.
Ms. Sandler,
I'm not sure if I'm supposed to abstain on this one. So I'll say abstain.
Ms. Lee,
Yes.
Mr. Singer,
Yes.
Ms. Hurley,
Yes.
Mrs. Gladstone,
Yes.
Mr. Walker,
Yes.
Mrs. Barlow,
Yes, motion carries. Next, we're up to Curriculum 21-13. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Ms. Levitt,
Yes.
Mr. Joshi,
Yes.
Ms. Sandler,
Yes.
Ms. Lee,
Yes.
Mr. Singer,
Yes.
Mrs. Hurley,
Yes.
Mrs. Gladstone,
Yes.
Mr. Walker,
Yes.
Mrs. Barlow,
Yes, motion carries. Next, we're up to Business 2174 through Business 2180. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yeah, I would like to say something.
Sure.
I want to state that I will be abstaining from some of these tonight, but I want to make it clear to the public that this does not reflect a conflict for me or express any lack of confidence in the our leadership and the numbers themselves. It's simply because I feel I'm not up to speed to make an informed decision yet.
Thank you.
I wanted to say almost the exact same thing as Jess. I'm going to be abstaining on a few of these, not out of lack of confidence, but just because I'm still getting caught up on some of them.
Thank you very much for both of you sharing that. Any other discussion? Okay, and before we vote, I just wanted to thank for the gifts from the BRHS Orchestra Parents Association, the Van Holten School PTO, and Mr. Richard Marthens for their gifts to the school district. Roll call, please.
Ms. Levitt,
Abstain on 2175, 2176, 2177, and 2079. Yes on all the others.
Mr. Joshi,
Yes.
Ms. Sandler,
Abstain on 2175, 2176, 2177, and 2179. Yes on all the others.
Ms. Lee,
Yes.
Mr. Singer,
Yes.
Ms. Hurley,
Yes.
Ms. Gladstone,
Yes.
Mr. Walker,
Yes.
Mrs. Barlow,
Yes, motion carries. Next, we're up to special services 2124 through 2126. Is there a motion?
So moved.
So moved. Second.
Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, roll call, please.
Ms. Levitt,
Yes.
Mr. Joshi,
Yes.
Ms. Sandler,
Yes.
Ms. Lee,
Yes.
Mr. Singer,
Yes.
Mrs. Hurley,
Yes.
Mrs. Gladstone,
Yes.
Mr. Walker,
Yes.
Mrs. Barlow.
Yes, motion carries. Next, we're up to other 21-29 through other 21-31. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? And
Yes.
anything related to HIB would need to be in closed session.
Okay, this is not related to HIB, but yes, I would like to have a discussion on the calendar, 2131. I wanted to say that I do understand the revamping of it, and I'm in full support of starting school one day later for Rosh Hashanah. And I've spoken with Dr. Fakar, and I understand that he has been evaluating this from different angles because there's a whole bunch of, including potential snow days when we choose which day we have to remove. But I do want to hear from the other board members because I'm concerned about a lack of any real break from in all of January, February, and March. I believe this is a time of chronic stress for the middle and high school students, and there's no real opportunity for them to recover so that they can continue to perform their best. Midterms are during this time, which would mean there's like 14 weeks of school with only 2 vacation days, and none of them are breaks of 4 days or more, which allow for no homework. I'm not saying I want to reduce the instruction time or the rigor for our students, but rather help them excel at the highest level possible by allowing them a chance to have a break to recover. It's always a stressful time for my kids in their experience. And this year it's only a 12-week stretch, and we just had a long weekend. And I can say that my daughter did not have any real break. She had homework due on both Sunday and Monday of this long weekend. It seems to me that taking away May 31st would better serve the students, but I understand that there's a worry about potential snow days and needing to save that as a take back. So I'm wondering whether April 18th was considered, which is the extra Monday tacked on to spring break, and if we should consider taking that instead. And I really would like to hear from the other board members if this is something that they thought about and if they think the other concerns are more pressing. And, you know, if we don't do this, I wanted to sort of start the discussion for future years when we look at the calendar and not just doing what we've always done, but rather evaluating what's best for the students as a whole. So does anyone have any comments?
So, yeah, actually, funny you bring that up because I did take a look at it a little bit closely too. And when we first were brought this, I admitted I didn't look at it that close, but after we got this, there are 11 weeks, I think, from end of January until the spring break starts and you have 1 day off in 11 weeks. So I see where you're coming from. And it kind of does make sense that maybe take that Memorial Day weekend and maybe trade it into February just to break it up a little bit. It does make sense. So yeah, I'm kind of looking at it differently as well.
Any other comments?
I don't have an issue with how it is. I know it's similar to what we've done in the past. We never had a problem with it in our house. Actually, the consistency always seemed of going to school without interruption seemed to help my students. I'm concerned about taking too much time before we may have to have snow days. I'm not really clear what you meant though on the May 31st and April 18th though. Could you explain that to me a little better, please? I might have misunderstood you. I apologize.
My understanding when Tom or Dr. Fakar presented it to us was that the options were to take the February day or to take the May day. And I was questioning why instead, because of what you said about the snow day concern, why we sometimes have that extra Monday on spring break, but sometimes we don't, and why we didn't consider taking that day instead.
Did that clarify for you, Lynn?
She's on mute.
You need to unmute. Oh, Lynn, just so you know, you're on mute, so we didn't hear you.
I know, and I was trying to get myself off, and I got a pop-up cookie thing. I'm sorry.
No worries.
No, I understand now. Thank you, Jessica. I understand what you meant.
Any other discussion?
I pretty much agree that it is, and I know that we got copies of this ahead of time, but it is also good to have the discussion at the board level so we hear each other talk. And it is, I know that Lynn said, we've had it this way, but what happens from year to year is that our spring break changes because of Easter changing a few weeks earlier. Sometimes it's like, last week of March, sometimes it's the last week of April. So I am also, I think, we're trying to think about health and wellness. We've trying to stress that with the website links and goals, etc. I'm looking at the calendar now, and it is a long stretch. And Jessica's right with our homework policy. Obviously, the next January for Martin Luther King Day, of course, is 3 days, so it'll be homework given most likely. And then to lose that day in February, kids don't have a break. I mean, if it is, not too late, I think it's good to have this conversation. And I think that April 18th, the day after, not a lot of schools have a whole weekend a day. Maybe that's better, or that 31st. But I think the kids need a 4-day break without homework. So, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I was kind of late to give my opinion. But
on some years, it does work out that we get a day off every 3 or 4 weeks. But this year, coming up, it's not working out that way. Like I think last year was perfect. Like every 3.5 weeks, you had 1 day off. But coming up next year, it's not working out that way.
Well, we just have a snow day in there. We just pray.
Yeah.
March. How's that sound? We'll all be set.
Right.
A surprise snow day. Yep.
Barry will arrange it for us.
But I understand the administration went through this, and I have an appreciation for that. But would it screw up families planning this early still if we take away the Monday after Easter break? Or is it still early enough to do that? I mean, I don't even know if people plan besides COVID, but maybe it's a year in advance, but is it 14 months in advance? Are people making plans, or is that enough time to change it, to knock off that Monday? Not too many other districts do that. It's a nice gift sometimes, but I think it's to the detriment of having it straight through in February. With
So
just,
let me just ask though, if we did that, what would be the substitute snow give back day?
no, I'm saying switch.
So, because April 18th is a snow give back day, right? If we exceed. So if we move that to February and we get snowpocalypse in March,
yeah,
what day do we then have the kids come into school
one idea
in lieu of April 18th?
Well, maybe one idea is we can make one snow day a virtual snow day.
Oh, no, I can't support that.
I'm just throwing something
No,
out.
that's a good question because I didn't think April 18th was one of the give back days.
That's what it says in the lower left-hand corner, unless
Yeah.
I'm looking at the wrong attachment.
No, you're correct.
Okay.
Yeah. True.
But so, but either way, we're taking either the February one or the April one. I mean, either way, we're taking a give back day away. So I don't see it being a bigger problem, except for maybe if it's May. If we take the February, if we don't take the February one, the snow might come after the date. But
that's why they started putting them at the end of the year.
But probably,
yeah.
April, but I mean, you're either taking the February one or you're taking the April one. But either way, you're taking
lost it.
Yeah, but taking the February one gives you 2 more months.
Right.
Of snow, right?
If it snows in March and that's when it pushes us over, now we're left with one day. We may need more than one. So that's why I'm asking, what day would you do instead of April 18th? It stinks this way.
Keep the proposed schedule, and maybe for this, because there's such a long time before kids have a break, that we have a no homework weekend that weekend, even though it's a 3-day weekend, and not a 4-day.
That's a good idea. That's a good idea.
And I'm not sure I can take, but Dr. Ficara, what would your thoughts be about that?
But that seems like a good idea to give the homework break. I like that. I had this discussion with Jessica. It's been many, many years that I've been making calendars, and it's really opinion. And I think thinking people can give rational reasons as to why we pick one day over another day. And it's been my experience that there's no real popular correct answer. I like to give people as much advance notice as possible. And if I use myself as an example, I always preferred to take vacations, longer vacations during a break when students were not in school. That doesn't make it the right answer for everybody else. But so that's why that break to me was, well, it's a long enough period of time where everyone can pick that vacation that takes a little time to get to and a little time to get back. But it's really, I can't take umbrage with any of the opinions that have been expressed here. These calendars are always difficult to use. Generally, like to do them as far you have a 2-year calendar for a purpose, right? And I assume that at some point in time, someone came to the mic somewhere or wrote an email and said, "Can you please give this calendar 2 years out so our families can plan?" And
I have one question. Are we doing a middle school trip again? And that in the past has been that Thursday and Friday before Memorial Day weekend.
we're not doing any elementary field trips at this point.
What was that, Tom?
No field trips at this point.
This is a year away. Hopefully we can have field trips
Oh,
again.
yeah, hopefully. I thought, sorry, I was programmed to say that after thinking about this year with the pandemic.
Is there a plan? Has anyone talked about the middle school trip or anything? Karen, Dan, anybody know?
You know what? No, yeah, we'd have to go back and talk with them. I know it was in discussion, you know, whenever that last trip took place, there were discussions about how things would look moving forward, but we would have to go back and talk with the people at the middle school and kind of see where that left off.
The reason why I also asked that is the June 10th date would be another Thursday, Friday option moving forward from there. So if they were going to move it off the weekend. So I don't know if that's something we should, you want to hold the calendar for another meeting to get information?
So if you would like to explore, you want to know what, if there's a trip and you want to look at the homework aspect of it? Any other questions that we should explore? Can't hear someone speaking.
It sounds like that's it. I'm not hearing anyone else.
No.
Okay, so we're going to table, if that's the right words, other 21-31 and just vote on 29 and 30.
If I could just get a motion to table.
Motion to table.
Say we have to have a
Second.
Okay.
Do we need to vote?
Yes.
Okay, roll call, please.
This is on the table. Ms. Levitt? Oh, we might have just lost her.
She's muted.
Mr. Joshi?
A caution signal.
Ms. Sandler?
Yes.
Ms. Lee?
Yes.
Mr. Singer?
Yes.
Ms. Hurley?
Okay.
Ms. Gladstone?
Yes.
Mr. Walker?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Barlow?
Yes, motion carries. Now we'll do the roll call for other 21-29 and 21-30.
Oh, hold on.
Sorry about that.
No problem. Ms. Levitt, this is now, we tabled the calendar. Now this is a vote on the 21-29 and 21-30.
Yes.
Okay, great. Mr. Joshi?
Yes.
Ms. Sandler?
Yes.
Ms. Lee?
Yes.
Mr. Singer?
Yes.
Ms. Hurley?
Yes.
Ms. Gladstone?
Yes.
Mr. Walker?
Yes.
Barlow?
Motion carries. Policy, we have nothing. And we're now up to the second opportunity for public comment. Individuals and or groups are invited to present their concerns, comments, and requests to the Board of Education at this time for any matters. In accordance with board policy, members of the public are allotted this opportunity to address the board for a maximum of 3 minutes during this period of the meeting. In the event it appears the public comment portion of the meeting may exceed 30 minutes, the presiding officer may limit each statement made by a participant to 2 minutes duration or less, depending on the number of participants. As this meeting is being conducted remotely as a virtual meeting, public comments can be made via the following options: joining the meeting at brrsd.webex.com/meet/BOE live, calling in at 415-655-0001, access code 126-622-3379, or email or letter received by the board secretary prior to 6 p.m. indicating the person's desire for email to be read as public comment. Either of these methods will place you in the lobby of the meeting until it is your turn to speak and you are admitted to the meeting. While in the lobby, please be aware you are not able to hear the meeting, unless you are also viewing on the YouTube live stream. Mr. Stars, do we need to give people 2 minutes to start?
I think that's a very good idea.
Okay, so we will give it 2 minutes. I think it's been about 2 minutes now. Mr. Stars, are there people waiting?
We do not have anybody in the lobby.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll now close that section of the meeting, and we're now up to old business. Does anyone have anything? The only thing I want to mention is the draft action plan that I had sent out a while ago. I don't think I've received any comments, so I think that is good to be put in the share drive. The only thing I will change on it is we've got we have 2 special meetings with New Jersey school boards. One is for January 28th, and originally that was going to be the roles and responsibilities. There was that needs to be changed, and we're going to do the implicit bias on the 28th, and we will do the roles and responsibilities and the equity discussions at the April meeting. So I just wanted people to be aware that there's a little bit of flip-flopping in terms of what's going to be presented. And Peter, please correct me if I misstated anything. So I would encourage people, the public too, that this is open to the public as well as the board. And I think it's very informative. I know the speaker for the implicit bias. I've seen him in action at the New Jersey School Board workshops, and he is excellent. And so I would encourage everyone to join, including the community. And next, we're up to new business. Does anyone have anything? Okay, seeing none. Again, next meeting's on January 28th, our special meeting, and then we have regular meetings on February 9th and February 23rd. Wishing everyone to be, stay safe and healthy. Is there a motion for adjournment?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Have a great evening, everyone.
You
Thank
too.
you.
Good night.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.